今晚的故事发生在一个不需要赶路的地方，没有远方，因为哪里都是远方。没有时间，因为不需要。躺好，我们出发。
Somewhere ahead of you, the slope rises into mist, and the mountain has a name that has outlived every mouth that first spoke it. Mount Taihua. The characters mean great flower, though nothing here blooms the way a flower does. The name is older than the reason for it. You are walking, or perhaps you are only sensing that you are walking, along a path worn smooth by feet that came before yours and feet that will come after. The stone under you is cool, even through the season's warmth. There is a place on this mountain where the path bends without announcing why, where the trees lean back as though making room, and where the air changes just slightly, heavier, quieter, holding something. You would not find it if you were looking for it. You find it only by passing near it. There, tucked into the mountain's shoulder, is a chamber made entirely of stone, not built, not carved by hand that anyone remembers. It simply is the way a hollow in a riverbank simply is, shaped slowly by forces no one stayed to watch. The opening is low, dark inside, the way all stone is dark when it has never needed light. And if you stand near that opening, if you happen to pass close enough on the mountain slope, close enough that your own breathing quiets without your meaning it to, you will hear something. Not wind, not water, music, strings first, a low resonance, the kind that seems to come from wood and gut and years, all sounding together, and beneath the strings, or perhaps woven through them, a flute, thin and clear, the kind of tone that does not need volume to be heard, because the mountain around it is so still that even a small sound travels far. You stop walking. Most travelers do. There is no one to ask. The chamber has no door standing open, no figure seated inside with an instrument across their knees. There is only the dark opening in the stone, and the sound coming from somewhere past it, somewhere the eye cannot follow. You might lean closer, the way anyone would. You might tell yourself it is only the wind moving through some crack in the rock, shaping itself by accident into something that sounds almost like a melody. But the notes rise and settle in a way wind does not manage. They pause. They begin again. There is intention in them, or at least the shape of intention, the way a river bend has the shape of a decision even though no one decided it. This is the whole of what is known, a mountain, a chamber of stone within it, music heard from inside, strings and flutes together, and no one, not one traveler across all the years this has been noticed, who has seen who plays. That is the entry, whole, before anything is explained. Let the shoulders soften now, wherever you are lying. Let your breath find its own slow rhythm, the way that sound inside the mountain seems to have found its own rhythm long before you arrived to hear it. There is nothing here that requires you to understand it tonight. The old record that first set this down used very few words. A mountain, a stone chamber, the sound of strings and flutes. No one knows who plays. That is nearly the whole of the original text, spare as a single breath, and yet it has outlasted so much that was written with far more care and far more explanation. Perhaps that is because there is nothing to add. The travelers who first noticed this, and there must have been travelers, for how else would the sound have entered memory at all? left no names behind. No one recorded who first paused at that low stone opening and turned their head, uncertain whether to trust their own ears. We only know that someone did. Someone stood on that slope, perhaps in the hour when the light goes long in gold, perhaps in early morning when the mist has not yet lifted from the lower trees, and heard music where no music should have been. They did not go inside. The chamber is described, if it is described at all, as small, a hollow, not a hall, not the kind of space that invites a person in. It is the kind of space that keeps its own secrets simply by being narrow and dark and quiet in a way that discourages curiosity from becoming trespass. So the traveler stood at the threshold, listened, and then in time walked on. This is worth sitting with for a moment, the way you might sit with the last note of a song before it fully fades. The traveler left. The mountain stayed. The chamber stayed. And this is the part that settles somewhere quiet in the chest if you let it. The music, as far as the old record tells us, stayed as well. There is no line in the text that says the sound stopped when the traveler's footsteps faded down the slope. There is no line that says it began only because someone happened to be near enough to hear it. The record simply says there is a chamber, there is music, no one knows who plays. Nothing about beginnings, nothing about endings. You are lying somewhere warm now, wherever you have settled for the night, and your eyes may already feel heavier than they did a few minutes ago. That heaviness is not a distraction from this story. It belongs inside it. Because somewhere on a mountain slope, in a stone chamber that has never needed a name for whoever plays within it, there's a sound moving through cold rock and out into open air, existing whether anyone stands near enough to catch it or not. The mountain does not need you to notice it. The chamber does not need you to enter it. And the music, the strings low and full, the flute thin and clear, does not need you to be awake to keep sounding. This is the whole picture, held still, the way the old record held it still. No explanation of who first carved the notion of a stone chamber into memory. No account of how many years the sound had already been rising through rock before the first traveler happened to pass close enough to hear it. No naming of hands or breath behind flute or string. Only mountain, only stone, only sound. Let your own breathing slow the way that mountain air seems to slow around the chamber's opening. Not stopping, only softening, only settling into something steadier than before. There is a particular kind of rest that comes from encountering something that asks nothing of you. This mountain asks nothing. This chamber asks nothing. The music asks nothing, least of all your understanding. It exists the way stone exists, because it does, because it always has, because explaining it was never the point of setting it down. The old record does not tell us if the traveler ever returned to that slope, ever stood again at that low dark opening to listen a second time. It does not tell us what season it was, or how far up the mountain the chamber sits, or whether the sound is loudest at dusk, or in the hush before dawn. It tells us only what mattered enough to survive being written down at all. A mountain, a room of stone within it, and music, heard but never traced to any hand. You may already feel yourself drifting somewhere near the edge of this image, the mountain slope, the dark low opening. the sound rising thin and clear from inside stone that has held its secret since long before anyone thought to write it down. The peak simply gone, folded into white, as though the mountain has decided for a while not to be seen. None of this changes what the mountain is. Season is only weather moving across something that does not itself move. You do not need to picture the whole climb to understand the mountain's scale. It is enough to feel somewhere in your chest the sense of something too large to hold in a single glance. The way sleep itself is too large to hold. The way you cannot watch yourself fall into it, only notice afterward that you have. There is a way the old records speak of great mountains like this one, treating them almost as living things, though never in the sense of a creature that breathes or moves. Living the way stone is sometimes said to live, slowly, from the inside, without any outward sign that would satisfy a traveler looking for motion. Mount Taihua is recorded among the sacred peaks, the kind of mountain where the old cosmology placed doorways between what is seen and what is not, thresholds where ordinary ground gives way, without warning, into something else. And yet nothing about the mountain marks this. No traveler passing along its lower slopes finds a gate, an arch, a carved stone announcing that here the ordinary world thins. The mountain simply continues, ridge after ridge, tree after tree, stone after stone, indifferent to whichever traveler happens to be climbing it on whichever day, in whichever century. This indifference is not coldness. It is closer to the kind of patience that has stopped needing to prove itself. A mountain does not perform its vastness for anyone standing at its base. It simply is vast, the way a stone at the bottom of a river is simply cold, whether or not a hand ever reaches down to feel it. Somewhere within all this slope and shadow and slow-turning season, there is a hollow in the rock, a single chamber, no larger perhaps than a small room, the kind of space a person can stand inside without their voice needing to travel far to reach the walls. It is easy, hearing the mountain described this way, to lose the chamber entirely. That is not an accident of telling. It is close to the truth of the thing itself. Somewhere on one of these slopes, the old text does not say which, does not say how high, does not say whether the climb to reach it is long or short. There is an opening in the stone that most travelers would walk past without a second glance. Not because it is hidden by any design, only because a mountain this large has thousands of such hollows, folds and shadows and small stone rooms worn by water or wind or time, and there is no particular reason any single one of them should draw the eye. The chamber that holds the music is in this sense entirely unremarkable to look at. A dark, low opening in gray stone, perhaps softened at the edges by moss, perhaps not. Nothing carved above it, nothing to mark it as different from the 100 other folds in the rock nearby. If the old record had not mentioned the sound coming from within it, the chamber would have vanished entirely from memory. One small hollow among the mountain's uncountable hollows, forgotten the way most small things are forgotten, simply by never being spoken of again. This is worth sitting with for a moment, the way you might sit with a stone in your palm before setting it back down. The mountain does not know which of its hollows holds the music. It cannot know, the way a person cannot feel which single hair on their arm has been touched by a passing breath of wind. The mountain simply holds all its hollows the same way, vast, indifferent, patient. And one among them, by whatever old accident placed the music there, happens also to be the one a traveler once passed close enough to hear, feel, for a moment, the weight of your own body settling into whatever is beneath you now. The way the mountain settles into the ground beneath it, unmoving, unhurried, in no need of anyone's attention to continue being exactly what it is. Your breath is slower than it was when this chapter began. That is not something you need to arrange. It is only the shape sleep takes, arriving the way evening arrives on a high slope without announcement, simply becoming more itself the longer you stay still within it. There is something almost tender in how easily the chamber could have been missed entirely. Not because the mountain intended to hide it, and not because the chamber asked to be found. It is simply one hollow among many, on a mountain so vast that most of its folds will never be seen by any traveler at all, in any century, under any sky. Consider how many stone hollows exist on a mountain like this, that no one has ever entered, that no one has ever needed to enter, that hold whatever they hold, cool air, old moss, perhaps water dripping somewhere in the dark, entirely without witness, and entirely without needing one. The chamber with the music is not different from these in kind. It is only different in the smallest way, that once someone happened to walk close enough on the right evening, and heard something rise up out of the dark opening in the rock, and lived long enough afterward, or cared enough to have it written down. Change that one small accident, and the chamber becomes exactly like its thousand silent neighbors on the same slope. No traveler passing, no sound over no line in an old text, just another hollow in stone, holding whatever it holds, unremarked, unremembered, and entirely undisturbed by that forgetting. This does not make the music any less real. If anything, it suggests something quieter and larger than the music itself, that the mountain is full, has always been full, of such small dark rooms doing whatever it is stone rooms do when no one is near enough to notice. Most of them almost certainly hold nothing that plays, but the mountain does not sort them by what they hold. It only holds them, all of them, the way it has always held everything given to it. Snow in winter, mist at dawn, the slow, patient work of root and water, breaking rock into soil across centuries no traveler will ever be alive long enough to watch pass. The chamber, then, is not the important part of the mountain, if importance is measured the way a traveler might measure it, by size or by how easily a thing can be found. It is a small hollow in a very large slope, easy to miss on the climb up, easier still to forget on the climb back down, when the traveler's mind has already turned toward whatever waits at the bottom of the mountain, supper perhaps, or rest, or simply the relief of level ground again underfoot. And yet it is there, small, dark, unremarkable from the outside, indistinguishable at a glance from 100 other folds in the same gray stone. The mountain does not treat it specially. It receives the same rain as every other hollow nearby, the same slow turning of season, the same long, patient centuries of being simply stone, simply mountain, simply itself. If the chamber has music inside it, the mountain does not appear to notice. It would go on standing exactly the same way, holding exactly the same shape against the sky, whether the chamber held music or held only silence, whether a traveler ever passed close enough to hear or never did at all. This is, perhaps, the shape of the mountain's real patience. Not a patience that watches for the traveler, waits for the listener, hopes for the sound to be overheard, a patience that simply continues, regardless, the way your own breath continues now, regardless of whether you are still following these words, or have already begun to drift past them, down into something slower, something without need of listening at all. The mountain will still be there in the morning, holding its 1,000 hollows the way it always has. One of them, small and easy to overlook, still quietly keeping whatever it keeps. One of those hollows is the chamber. It sits inside the mountain the way a held breath sits inside a chest, unnoticed until you go looking for it, and even then, easy to miss. The opening is narrow. A traveler could pass within an arm's length of it and never know, could brush past the very mouth of the stone and feel only a faint coolness on the skin, the kind that might just as easily come from shade, from wind, from nothing at all. But step closer, and the air changes. It grows heavier before it grows cooler, the way water grows heavier before it grows cold. A pressure felt first in the chest, and only after that recognized as temperature. This is the threshold of the stone chamber. Beyond it, the mountain opens into a small dark room, a hollow carved by some patience older than any hand. Water, perhaps, or the slow give of rock settling against rock, across a span of time too long to hold in a single thought. You do not need to see the room to sense its shape. Notice now how your own body already understands this kind of darkness, the darkness behind closed eyes, familiar, unthreatening, already halfway toward sleep. The stone chamber holds a darkness like that, not empty, simply resting. Inside there is no light to speak of. What little enters through the narrow opening dies quickly, swallowed by the surrounding rock before it can travel far, so that a few steps in, a person would find themselves standing in a darkness complete enough to feel almost solid, almost something you could lean against. And it is cold there, not the sharp cold of open winter air, but a deeper, slower cold, the cold of stone that has never once been touched by direct sun, the cold of something that has simply always been this temperature, and will go on being this temperature, long after the traveler outside has felt the season change 3 times over. Stone holds cold the way it holds most things, patiently, completely, without effort. This is worth sitting with for a moment, because stone is unlike almost anything else a person touches in a day. Cloth loses its warmth quickly, releases whatever heat it was given, moves easily between one temperature and another. Water shifts with the hour, warmer at midday, cooler by dusk, always adjusting. But stone keeps whatever condition it settles into, keeps it for years, for lifetimes, for spans of time that make a human life feel like the space between 2 breaths. The cold of the chamber, then, is not new cold. It is old cold. It has been sitting inside that rock since before anyone now living was born, since before their parents were born, since long before that, held in place by a material that simply does not let go of what it is given. And this is the first thing to understand about stone as a keeper of things. It does not choose what to keep. It has no preference. Cold enters, and stone keeps the cold. Silence enters, and stone keeps the silence. There is no discernment in it, no judgment about what deserves to be preserved and what does not. Stone simply receives, and having received, holds, which makes what happens next inside that chamber a little strange to consider. Because silence ordinarily is only the absence of things. It is what remains when nothing is happening. No wind, no voice, no movement disturbing the air. And an empty stone room, sealed from the sun, holding its cold in perfect stillness, would seem the most natural home for silence there is, a place built almost for it, a vessel shaped precisely to contain the absence of sound. And yet, somehow, from within that same stone room comes music. Not silence, not the absence the chamber seemed suited to hold, something else entirely, strings and the breath of flutes, moving through air that by every reasonable expectation should carry nothing at all. Consider for a moment how sound behaves differently inside stone than it does in open air. Out on the mountain slope, under open sky, a sound spreads and thins, traveling outward in every direction, until it fades past hearing, swallowed by distance, by wind, by the enormous indifferent size of the world. A voice called out on an open ridge disappears quickly. There is nowhere for it to be held, but inside a chamber of solid rock, sound has nowhere to go. It cannot spread outward into open sky, because there is no open sky, only stone, close on every side, curved and unyielding. So the sound folds back on itself, it moves along the walls, meets itself in the dark, deepens rather than thins, grows a kind of weight and roundness that open air could never give it. This is why a voice inside a cave sounds larger than the same voice outside one. The stone is not creating the sound, it is holding it briefly before releasing it, shaping the air the way a hand might shape water, cupping it, letting it pool for a moment before it slips through the fingers and out into the wider world. Sound inside stone becomes something closer to a held object. It has a physical fullness to it that sound rarely has in open spaces. And whatever is playing inside that chamber, however faint, however far beneath the mountain surface, moves through that same shaping, that same folding of air against unyielding rock, before any of it ever reaches an ear outside. Standing at the narrow mouth of the chamber, straining to listen, has already been altered by the moment it arrives. It has been rounded by stone, deepened by stone, carried along walls that have held cold and silence and darkness for longer than memory, and are now apparently holding this as well. It is worth noticing that the stone does not resist the music. It does not seem to reject the sound the way a person might reject an unfamiliar guest. The chamber simply receives it, the way it receives everything, cold, dark, silence, and now, it seems, song, holding it in the same patient, undiscriminating way, letting the notes move along its walls exactly as it once let the cold settle into its depths, exactly as it lets the darkness remain undisturbed hour after hour, season after season. There is no record of the stone chamber ever falling truly silent. Even now, even in this telling, it is not described as empty of sound, only empty of a known player. The music continues to be reported as present. The silence, if it exists at all inside that room, exists only in the pauses between one note and the next. Brief silences held the same way the longer silence once was, folded into stone, released, folded again. You might notice your own breathing has slowed to something like that rhythm now. A soft rise, a small pause, a slow fall, each breath folding into the next the way sound folds into stone. Nothing forced, nothing hurried, simply continuing because continuing is what breath does, the way holding is what stone does, without needing to be told to keep going. The chamber, then, is not merely a hollow in a mountain. It is a kind of vessel, narrow-mouthed, dark, cool beyond ordinary cool, built by nothing more purposeful than water and time and the slow settling of rock, and yet perfectly suited, almost by accident, to hold a sound that might otherwise have nowhere to rest. Consider that stone rooms like this exist all through the mountain, unnamed, unrecorded, most of them holding nothing but their own cold and their own dark, keeping silence the way silence is usually kept, simply, completely, without event. This chamber differs from those others only by this one fact, that within it something moves through the air that is not wind, not water, not the settling of rock. Strings sound, flutes breathe, and the stone, exactly as patient as it has always been, exactly as undiscriminating, holds the sound the way it would hold anything given to it, without praise, without alarm, without any particular notice taken at all. This is perhaps the nature of stone as a keeper. It does not choose its treasures. It does not know that music is different from cold, or that a note held in the dark carries a different weight than silence does. It receives what comes, it keeps what settles, and so this small hollow on the vast slope of the mountain has become, without any decision on the mountain's part, the keeper of a strange thing, sound with no visible source, kept as faithfully and as quietly as the cold it has always kept, as the darkness it has always kept, going on the same way it always has, whether anyone stands outside listening or not. The chamber does not need a listener to remain what it is. It only needs to keep doing what stone does, receiving, holding, letting the folded air move slowly along its walls, note after note, cold beneath it, dark around it, the mountain itself standing over it all in its enormous, unbothered patience, the way it has stood for longer than any traveler's whole life, and will go on standing long after. And somewhere within that patience, in the narrow dark room built for nothing in particular, the music continues, rounded and deepened by stone, folding gently against rock that has always known how to hold what is given to it, and simply goes on keeping. The music continues, and if you were to stand outside the chamber, you would notice that it is not one sound but two, woven so closely together that they seem to breathe from the same chest. There are strings, low and patient, moving the way water moves under ice. There is a flute tone above them, thin and clear, rising and settling like breath drawn slowly through a narrow window. Neither one is loud, neither one hurries. They seem to have agreed, long ago, on a pace that owes nothing to the world outside the rock. Inside a stone room, sound behaves differently than it does in open air. A note struck in a wooden hall spreads outward and thins, losing itself among rafters and open doors, fading before it has finished saying what it meant to say. But stone does not let sound go so easily. It gathers a tone and holds it a moment longer, curling it back on itself, so that a single pluck of a string seems to arrive twice, once directly and once again a breath later, softened, as though the room itself were repeating the note back with tenderness, the way someone might repeat a name they love, quietly, just to hear it again. This is what stone does to music. It does not add anything, it only refuses to let the sound leave too quickly. You can sense in that refusal something almost like care. The flute tone, when it rises, seems to climb the inside curve of the chamber the way mist climbs the inside curve of a valley, following the shape of the space without resisting it, filling every corner without insisting on being noticed in any one of them. It does not blast through the room, it moves through it the way light moves through water, bending gently around whatever stands in its path, losing none of itself in the bending. And the string beneath it, low and even, seems less like something plucked and more like something remembered, a held breath, drawn out long, the way memory holds a moment past the moment when it should have already faded. Together they make a sound that does not feel performed. It feels grown, the way moss grows on the shaded side of a stone, slowly, without any hurry to be finished, without any sense that finishing was ever the point. Notice how your own breath has begun to slow to match the pace of this telling. There is no need to quicken it back. The air moving in and out of your chest can be as unhurried as the air moving through that narrow stone room, in and out and in again, asking nothing of you but to continue. If you tried to follow the sound outward, past the mouth of the chamber, past the lip of stone where the room opens onto the slope, you would notice something else. The music does not stop cleanly at the threshold. It thins, it softens by degrees, the way a fire dims from ember to ash to the faint gray line that used to be light, no longer bright, but not entirely gone either. A traveler standing just outside the opening would hear it clearly, stitched together. The strings under the flute above the strings. A traveler standing farther down the slope, among the pines, might hear only a suggestion of it, a texture in the wind that could be music or could be nothing at all, could be the mountain's own low breathing carried down through cooling air. This is what happens when sound leaves stone and enters open air. It does not travel the way it did inside the chamber, gathered and returned, curled back on itself. Out in the open, it has nowhere to gather. It simply spreads and thins and gives itself away to the wind, the way anything given freely eventually gives itself away completely. But this does not mean the sound outside is less real than the sound within. It only means it is farther from its source. The way moonlight far from the moon is still moonlight, only dimmer, only quieter, only asking a little more of the listener's attention to be noticed at all. There is something in this worth sitting with, gently, without needing to resolve it into a lesson. The music inside the chamber is full and rounded, held close by stone that has learned over centuries exactly how to keep a sound whole. The music at the mouth of the chamber is already softer, already letting go of some of its shape. The music far down the slope, among the pines, is barely music at all. A breath of tone in the wind, easy to miss, easy to mistake for something else, easy to walk past without noticing it was ever there. And yet it is the same music the whole way down. Nothing about it has changed except how close you are standing to where it began. This is something like how sleep arrives, if you let it. Close to waking, the sounds of the day are still whole and sharp, voices, footsteps, the particular clatter of your own thoughts moving quickly from one worry to the next. Further in, those sounds begin to soften, the way music softens leaving stone for open air. Names lose their edges, worries stop insisting on being finished, and further still, near the center of sleep, there is only a texture left, a low continuous hum, with no more shape than wind moving through pine needles far down a mountain slope, present, but no longer asking anything of you, no longer needing you to listen closely enough to catch every word. You do not have to follow the sound all the way down to know that it continues. You do not have to trace each note back to its source, to trust that the source is still there, playing, whether you are near enough to hear it clearly or far enough that it has become only a texture in the wind against your skin. Feel the weight of your own body where it rests now, heavier than it was at the start of this telling, sinking slightly into whatever holds it, the mattress, the cushion, the warm dark shape of wherever you are lying. That heaviness is not a loss. It is simply what a body does when it finally believes it is allowed to stop holding itself up. Back inside the chamber, the sound does not know it has softened by the time it reaches the pines. It does not know or care how far it has traveled, or whether anyone at the far edge of its reach is still awake to notice it thinning into wind. It simply keeps its own shape close to its source, as full and rounded as it has always been. String under flute, flute above string, folding and returning against stone that holds it, the way stone has always held whatever it is given. There is a kind of trust in that, though trust may not be the right word for something that does not know it is trusting anything. The music simply continues as if the far end of its own sound will always be there to catch whatever reaches it. The pines, the slope, the cooling evening air, the traveler passing by half asleep on the mountain path, already uncertain whether what they just heard was music or wind or the beginning of a dream taking shape before the dream itself has properly started. It does not matter in the end which one it was. The sound is real either way. The stone holds it either way. The strings and the flute go on weaving themselves together in the dark, close and warm and folded, unconcerned with how far their voice reaches before it fades into something too soft to name. You do not need to decide right now whether you are still listening or whether you have already begun to drift past listening into something quieter. Both are allowed, both are in their own way the same continuing sound, heard from a slightly different distance. Somewhere on the slope of Mount Taihua, that sound is still moving through stone, gathering itself, curling back on its own echo, softening as it reaches the open air, thinning further as it reaches the pines, becoming almost nothing at all by the time it reaches wherever you are now, and yet never quite disappearing, never quite finished, only fainter, only farther, only continuing the way it has always continued, whether anyone is close enough to hear it clearly, or far enough that it has become only a texture behind the closing of your eyes. The stone chamber has been there for a very long time. The mountain has been there longer, and for as long as anyone has passed along that slope, close enough to the rock face to hear something moving inside it, they have stopped and turned their head toward the stone and listened and then walked on without an answer. There is no record of a name. Not once in all the pages that mention Mount Taihua does anyone write down who plays the strings, who breathes into the flute, who sits, if anyone sits, in that cool, dark room and lets the sound rise through the rock and out into the pine-scented air. The old text is almost startling in how little it offers. On Mount Taihua, there is a stone chamber. Music of strings and flutes can be heard from within. No one knows who plays. 4 short lines, and the last one does not resolve anything. It simply stops there, the way a path might stop at the edge of a cliff, without railing, without warning, leaving whoever arrives to stand at the edge and look out at nothing in particular. You can sense, maybe, how easy it would be to want more. A door swinging open. A figure glimpsed by torchlight. A traveler bold enough to push aside a stone slab and step inside and see, finally, hands moving across silk strings, lips resting against a flute's cool mouth. That would satisfy something. That would close the door the old text left open, but that is not what happened. Or if it happened, no one wrote it down. And so what remains across all the centuries this small entry has traveled through is only the not knowing itself, smooth and complete and entirely undisturbed, like a stone that has never been picked up. Consider for a moment everyone who has stood at that chamber and listened. A woodcutter, perhaps, resting his load against a pine trunk, hearing the faint high note of a flute drift down through a crack in the rock, and pausing and tilting his head and deciding after a while that it was only wind moving through some hollow he could not see. He would have shrugged the way people shrug at things too strange to carry home with them, and continued down the slope with his bundle of wood, and by evening the sound would have already begun to soften into something he was not sure he had heard at all. A monk, walking the mountain path at dusk on his way between one temple and another, might have heard something closer to strings, a low, resonant plucking, patient, unhurried, coming from somewhere beneath his feet or beside them, he could never quite tell. He might have paused longer than the woodcutter. He might have circled the outcrop once, twice, pressing his palm flat against the cool stone, feeling for a door that was not there. And then, because the light was going and the path was long, he would have continued on, carrying the sound with him the way one carries the smell of rain long after the rain has passed. A traveler from some distant province, hearing rumors of a mountain where music comes from rock, might have arrived specifically to solve it, bringing torches, bringing patience, bringing the particular stubbornness of someone determined to find an answer where the mountain has offered none. And this traveler, too, would have stood outside the chamber, ear pressed near enough to feel the stone's coolness against the side of his face, and heard the strings, and heard the flute, and found no gap wide enough to slip a hand through, no door, no window, no seam in the rock that led anywhere at all. Each of these people, the woodcutter, the monk, the determined traveler, carried the same question down the mountain that they carried up it. None of them came back with an answer, and this is worth resting on, because it would be easy to mistake all of this for a failure, a story that forgot to finish itself, a record that lost its most important detail, somewhere between the mountain and the page. But that is not quite right. The not knowing is not a gap in the story. The not knowing is the story. It is not what the text failed to say. It is what the text is actually about. You can notice, if you let yourself, how your own breathing has settled into something slower than when this chapter began. There is no need to change it. There is no need to notice it any further than this. It simply continues the way it has been continuing, quiet and unremarkable and entirely enough. Think, for a moment, of how differently this entry would feel if the mystery were solved. If some old commentary somewhere recorded the truth, an old woman living alone in the chamber, perhaps, who had once been a court musician and retreated to the mountain when the world grew too loud for her. That would be a lovely story. It would also be a smaller one. It would turn a mountain and a stone room and an impossible sound into something explainable, something that could be filed away and no longer wondered about. But because no one ever found her, because no one ever found anyone, the chamber keeps a kind of largeness that an answer would have taken away. Every traveler who walked past and heard the sound and left without knowing carried something with them that was, in its own strange way, more complete than an explanation could have been. They carried the sound itself, unexplained the way one carries moonlight without needing to know exactly how the moon makes it. There is a kind of rest in that. Not knowing does not always feel restful. In waking life and the sharp hours of the day, not knowing can feel like an itch, a small unfinished thing pulling at the edge of attention. But here, in this soft late hour, with your body already heavier than it was when this recording began, not knowing can feel like something closer to permission. Permission to stop reaching for the answer. Permission to let the question rest exactly where it is, unresolved, the way the travelers on Mount Taihua eventually let it rest, walking on into the trees, the sound growing fainter behind them, becoming smaller, becoming softer, becoming eventually only a memory of something heard once on a mountain slope and never explained. You do not need to solve anything tonight. You do not need to find the musician, or picture their hands, or imagine what they might look like in the dark of that stone room. You are allowed to simply hold the sound the way all those travelers held it, as a fact without a face, a music without a source, something true and unexplained, drifting through you the way it drifted through them. There is something almost tender in imagining all of them across however many years, across however many generations of woodcutters and monks and wandering scholars, each one standing at that same rock face, each one hearing some version of the same strings, the same flute, and each one walking away with the same unanswered question resting quietly in their chest. They never met each other. Some of them were separated by centuries, and yet they are joined, all of them, by the identical shape of not knowing, a shape that has not changed since the very first person stood on that slope and heard something moving inside stone that should have held only stone. Perhaps that is what the entry was truly preserved to say, only that someone once stood near a mountain and heard music where there should have been none, and did not need an answer to carry the sound away with them. You do not need one either. Let the question settle the way it always has, not answered, not solved, simply set down gently, the way a hand might rest on a stone wall for a moment, and then withdraw, leaving no mark, needing to leave none. Somewhere on that slope, if you were standing there now, which you are not, you are somewhere warmer, somewhere softer, somewhere far from any mountain. The sound would still be moving through the rock, patient, unbothered by whether anyone stood close enough to wonder about it. That patience is worth borrowing. Not knowing who plays does not stop the music from continuing, and not knowing what comes next, not deciding whether you are still following these words or already drifting past them, does not need to stop anything either. The travelers who came before you left without an answer, and the mountain did not mind, and the chamber did not mind, and the sound went on regardless. Through evening, through night, through all the seasons, no one was there to count. You can leave the question exactly where they left it, unanswered, unfinished, whole in its own quiet way, precisely because it was never completed. And somewhere the strings continue, somewhere the flute continues, not because anyone is listening closely enough to require it, but because that is simply what it does, the way breathing is simply what a sleeping body does, without instruction, without audience, without needing anyone awake to notice. The mountain still stands where it has always stood, and inside it the stone chamber still holds its small pocket of dark air, and somewhere within that dark air the strings are still moving. This has not changed since the last chapter, and it will not change in the next one. The music does not pause to check whether anyone has arrived to hear it. There is something worth sitting with in that fact, not to understand it fully, but simply to let it rest against you, the way a worn stone rests against the palm long after it has left the sun. Most sounds in the world wait for something. A voice waits for an ear. A bell waits for a hand to strike it. and after the strike it waits again, and the waiting is part of what a bell is. But this music inside the stone chamber does not seem to belong to that family of sounds. It does not appear to need a beginning arranged for anyone's arrival, and it does not appear to need an ending arranged for anyone's departure. The old record simply says that music can be heard from within, as though the hearing were incidental, a traveler's fortune, not the music's purpose. The purpose, if there is one, seems to belong entirely to the sound itself. Consider what it might mean for a thing to exist entirely for itself, needing no witness to complete it. Most of what people build or make or perform in a lifetime carries the shape of a listener somewhere inside it, even quietly, even if that listener is only imagined. A song is written with someone's ear in mind. A story is told with someone's stillness in mind, the way this one is being told now, shaped around your breathing, your weight settling into whatever holds you, though you may already be past the reach of these particular words. But the music in the stone chamber was not written with anyone in mind. It has no composer recorded, no performance date, no dedication, no audience it was built to please. It exists the way a stream exists, the way wind moving through a stand of bamboo exists, continuing not because it has been asked to, but because continuing is simply its nature, the thing it does instead of not doing anything at all. You can rest for a moment on the difference between something that happens for you and something that simply happens. Your own breath right now is closer to the second kind than you might expect. It doesn't wait for your attention to begin the next inhale, and it will not stop simply because your thoughts have wandered elsewhere, off toward mountains, toward stone rooms, toward music with no one standing outside the door. Notice that you have not needed to manage even one of these breaths on purpose, and they have arrived anyway, evenly, like something that has been continuing quietly the entire time you were busy thinking about other things. There is a kind of music like that too. The old text offers no player, and modern retellings have not filled the space with an invented figure. No hermit, no spirit, no forgotten monk bent over strings in the dark. The gap has simply been allowed to remain a gap. That absence is not a failure of the record. It may be closer to the entire point. If someone had been named, the story would become a story about someone. Instead, without a name, it becomes a story about the music alone, unaccompanied by any need to explain how it arrived, sustained by nothing except its own quiet continuing. Picture, if it helps to picture anything at all right now, an empty concert hall, long after the last person has gone home, chairs standing in their rows, the stage bare beneath a single working light. That hall is silent. It waits for someone to return to it before it can be a hall of music again. The stone chamber on the mountain is not like that hall. It is not waiting. It is not empty in the way the hall is empty. Something is already happening inside it, has already been happening, will go on happening whether the door of the hall, if it had a door at all, opens again or not. This is a strange kind of freedom to consider, and there is no need to grasp it firmly, only to let it pass near you the way a low current of warm air might pass near you in an old stone room, felt rather than understood. If the music required an audience, then someone would eventually be responsible for its ending, the last traveler to walk that slope, the last curious ear to press near enough to catch a few notes before moving on. Whoever that final listener turned out to be would carry, without knowing it, the last hearing of something that could not exist without a hearer. But because it does not seem to need a hearer, that burden falls away completely, No one holds the ending of this music. No one is required to be its final witness. It simply continues, unclaimed by any single traveler, belonging to the mountain the way weather belongs to a season, arriving and continuing regardless of who happens to be standing on the slope when it comes. There's a certain rest available in that thought, even if the reasoning behind it fades before you can hold every piece of it clearly. Something you might carry with you into whatever comes next, waking or otherwise, is this. You do not have to keep something going by watching it. You do not have to hold your attention rigid against sleep in order for the world, or the mountain, or the strings inside the stone to continue being real. They were real before you arrived at this story tonight, and they will be real after you have stopped listening altogether, drifting off somewhere in the middle of a sentence, missing the rest of it entirely, and losing nothing important by missing it. Feel the weight of your own body where it rests right now, heavier than it was at the start of this telling, sinking slightly further into whatever holds it. There is nothing required of that weight except to continue being weight. There is nothing required of your breathing except to continue being breath. And somewhere inside a mountain whose name has already grown soft and distant in your ear, the sound of strings continues being sound, without asking whether you are still awake to number the notes. Some old catalogers who recorded strange places across the land wrote down what travelers reported and little else. No interpretation, no attempt to resolve the mystery, no insistence that an explanation must exist somewhere waiting to be found. This entry belongs to that quieter kind of record. It offers the mountain, it offers the chamber, it offers the music. Then it simply stops, without concluding anything, which in its own way honors the nature of what it describes. A concluded mystery would need someone to arrive at the conclusion. This one does not ask that of you, or of anyone. These moments do not fail simply because no one was fully present to receive them. They simply were, the way the music inside the mountain simply is, unwitnessed and unweakened by being unwitnessed. You may already be closer to sleep than you were at the start of this thought, your attention loosening the way a hand loosens, once it has finally set something down. That is exactly as it should be. This telling does not need you awake in order to continue meaning what it means, any more than the music in the stone chamber needs a traveler standing outside the door in order to continue sounding the way it sounds. You can let go of following the words closely now, if that is what your body has already begun deciding for you. And somewhere, unconcerned with whether you are still here to consider it, the strings continue. Somewhere the flute continues, moving air that no one is measuring, inside stone that no one is touching, on a mountain that has stopped noticing whether anyone is climbing its lower slopes tonight at all. It does not do this for you. It does not do this for anyone. It simply does this, the way stillness simply settles, the way a held breath simply releases, without permission, without witness, without needing you to stay awake to confirm that it is happening. On the mountain, the chamber holds its stone and its sound the same way it always has. Music moves through rock without asking who is listening. That much has not changed. There is another room far from Mount Taihua that keeps a secret shaped almost the same way. It lies beneath water instead of beneath stone. The old records call it the zither beneath the water, shui di tanshin, an instrument sounding somewhere below the surface of a river or a lake, its notes rising up through the water, the way the flute's notes rise up through rock. No one has ever seen the hands that play it. No one has ever found the zither itself, resting on some silted floor, strings still trembling from a note just finished. Travelers who have stood at the edge of that water describe the same thing travelers describe outside the stone chamber. A thread of sound, thin and clear, arriving from somewhere that should hold only silence. Water is supposed to muffle, stone is supposed to block, and yet in both places, against what should be true, music finds its way out anyway. Consider what it means that these two hidden rooms exist at such a distance from each other, and still hold the same secret. A chamber inside a mountain, a depth beneath a river. One is dry stone, closed and dark. The other is cold water, closed and dark in its own way, pressure taking the place of rock. And in both, someone or no one draws sound out of stillness and lets it climb toward a surface where a stranger might, by chance, be standing close enough to catch it. The zither beneath the water does not explain the flute inside the mountain. It does not solve it. It simply stands beside it, as if whoever first noticed these things in the world before this one understood that some truths need two examples before they can be trusted. One hidden music might be a strange event. Two hidden musics, in such different places, begin to look like a pattern, begin to look like something true about sound itself, and about hiding, and about what continues even where no one can reach. You can notice, without needing to do anything about it, how your body has settled into whatever surface is holding it right now. The mattress beneath you, or the couch, or the chair, is doing for you what the stone does for the chamber, and what the water does for the zither. It is holding you the way a room holds a sound, without asking you to explain yourself, without requiring you to perform stillness correctly. You are simply being held, and that alone is enough. The two rooms, stone and water, are not the same room, of course. A mountain does not behave like a river. Rock does not behave like water. And yet something in how each of them keeps its secret rhymes with the other. The way two different bells cast in two different foundries can still be tuned, by chance or by care, to the same low note. Think of the qualities each hidden room shares with its sister. Both are enclosed on every side. Both are dark, whether by the absence of light in stone, or by the way water swallows light after only a few feet of depth. Both muffle in one direction, inward toward whatever produces the sound, while somehow allowing the sound itself to pass outward, thin and changed, but recognizable as music, rather than as mere vibration. And in both, distance and material fail to do what they are supposed to do. Stone should stop sound entirely. Water should smother it into a low murmur with no shape left to it. Instead, in both places the music arrives outside, intact enough that a traveler standing at the mountain's foot, or a fisherman resting his oar above the water, can say with some confidence, that was a flute, that was a zither, even though neither one could say how they knew or how it reached them at all. There is a way of thinking about these two rooms that does not require solving either one. Not every hidden thing needs a mechanism explained before it can be trusted. The old catalogs that recorded the stone chamber and the water zither did not explain them either. They simply noted the fact, the way you might note that frost has come early this year, or that a certain bend in a river always runs colder than the rest. Some things are recorded not because their cause is known, but because their happening is enough to be worth writing down. Consider that both entries survive across the long distance of centuries, carrying almost nothing but the fact of sound in a place where sound should not be. No name of a player, no description of the instrument's wood or its strings, or the way it might have been carved. No story of how it came to rest where it rests, whether in stone or beneath water. Only this, that it is heard, that it continues to be heard by whoever happens to pass close enough, at whatever hour, on whatever night. This is perhaps the deepest kinship between the mountain's stone chamber and the water's hidden zither. Not their material, one dry, one wet, one high on a slope, one low beneath a current, but the shape of what they refuse to give you. Both offer sound without source. Both offer evidence without explanation. Both ask you, gently, to accept a fact you cannot verify, the way you accept that morning will come without needing to stay awake to confirm the sun is still somewhere on its way toward the horizon. You do not need to solve the zither beneath the water any more than you needed to solve the flute inside the stone. You can let both remain what they have always been, two rooms far apart, each holding a music that does not require you to understand it in order to be real. There is something almost restful in realizing that the world holds more than one hidden room like this. It means the stone chamber on Mount Taihua is not a strange exception, a single crack in how the world is supposed to behave. It is instead one instance of something larger, a shape the world seems to repeat, quietly, in more than one place, for reasons that were never recorded and were perhaps never meant to be. Somewhere in stone, somewhere in water, something continues to sound. Your breathing right now is doing something similar, though you may not have noticed it in these terms. It continues without your directing each part of it. You did not decide, a moment ago, to draw this next breath in, and yet it arrived, drawn from some place inside you that keeps its own hidden room, unseen, requiring no permission, needing no audience to confirm that it is happening correctly. The chamber in the mountain plays without you. The zither beneath the water plays without you. And underneath all of this listening, something in your own chest has been quietly continuing the same way, this whole time, asking nothing of you except that you allow it to keep going. There were perhaps travelers long ago who stood at the water's edge, the same way other travelers stood outside the stone door on Taiwa's slope. Perhaps some of them tried the same thing, cupping a hand near an ear, leaning closer to the surface, hoping that a few more seconds of attention might reveal where the sound was coming from or who was making it. And perhaps in both places they walked away with the same answer, which was no answer at all, only the sound continuing steadily behind them as their footsteps grew quiet and their shapes grew small against the wider landscape, mountain slope or river shore, until they were gone from the scene entirely, and the music, indifferent, went on. It is worth resting for a moment on the fact that neither room asked those travelers to come, and neither room noticed particularly when they left. The stone chamber does not know it has visitors. The water does not know a fisherman has paused his oar above it. Both places simply continue producing what they produce, the way a mountain continues being a mountain, whether or not anyone is standing on it, the way deep water continues its slow, pulled weight, whether or not any boat happens to cross above. You too do not need anyone standing near you right now for what is happening in your body to continue correctly. The slowing of your breath, the loosening of your hands, the soft weight gathering behind your eyes. None of this requires witness. It would happen the same way in an empty room as it is happening now, wherever you happen to be lying, wherever your particular version of stone or water happens to be holding you tonight. The stone chamber and the water zither, then, are not two separate mysteries, but a single mystery told twice, in two different materials on two different kinds of ground, high and dry, low and wet. Rock that keeps sound in silence, and lets a thread of it escape. Water that keeps sound in pressure and lets a thread of it rise. Different textures, same secret. Different rooms, same absence of an answer. Holding at their center the same continuing note. If you were to walk from the mountain down to wherever that hidden water lies, and the old records never say precisely where it is, only that it exists somewhere beneath a surface someone once crossed, you might arrive expecting an explanation for the chamber, to be waiting for you there, some old caretaker of the zither's secret, ready to tell you the truth of the stone. But this is not that kind of world. The water would offer you its own unplayed instrument, its own hands unseen, and send you back toward the mountain no closer to solving either. Both remain, both continue. That is the entire teaching, if it can be called a teaching at all. That some music exists inside sealed rooms, whether of rock or of river, and neither location owes you the reason why. The chamber on Mount Taihua does not need the zither beneath the water in order to keep making its own sound tonight. It carries on regardless, string and flute somewhere behind stone, indifferent to whether its sister room, far off beneath some unnamed water, is sounding at the same hour or resting in its own kind of silence. They do not need each other's company to remain true. They simply happen to share the same shape, the way two dreams dreamed by two different sleepers in two different beds might happen to hold the same quiet mountain without either sleeper ever knowing it. The chamber on Mount Taihua does not check the hour before it sounds. It has never once paused to ask what season is passing outside, what year presses against the mountain's outer slopes, what dynasty rises or falls, somewhere far below in the valleys where people keep track of such things. Stone does not keep a calendar. Music, it seems, does not need one either. Consider how long the sound has already been going, before this moment, before your ears, before anyone thought to write the words down that eventually became the account you are hearing now. The old record says only that music can be heard, that no one knows who plays. It does not say when the playing began. It does not say whether it began at all, in the way a fire begins, or whether it has simply always been sounding, the way the mountain has simply always been standing, without a first morning anyone remembers. That absence of a starting point is itself worth resting in for a moment, because most music we know has an edge to it. A hand lifts the bow. The song starts, rises, ends, and someone claps or does not. And either way, silence returns to fill the space where the notes had been. This is how music behaves in the world most people live in, bounded, framed, offered up, and then withdrawn. The chamber's music does not seem to follow that shape. It has no more announced its beginning than the wind announces the moment it starts moving through the pines. It was already sounding by the time the first traveler stopped on the slope to listen. It was, as far as anyone recorded, already sounding long before that traveler was born, long before the traveler's grandparents were born, long before there were roads worn into this side of the mountain at all. You can rest for a moment on that thought, something continuing before you arrived, and continuing still, long after you have gone. Your shoulders can soften around it. There is nothing here that requires your attention to keep functioning. The floor holds you the way stone holds sound. You do not need to strain toward wakefulness to make sure the world keeps turning. It has always managed that part on its own. Centuries move slowly over a mountain like Taihua. 100 years to a mountain is barely the space between one breath and the next. Snow comes and covers the upper ridges, and melts and comes again, season folding into season, the way a blanket folds over itself when nobody has smoothed it in a long while. Trees at the base grow tall enough to seed forests of their own, and those forests grow old, and some of them fall, and new saplings take their place in the clearings the old trunks leave behind. And through all of that folding and unfolding of years, the record suggests the chamber does not change its habits. It does not stop for the fall of an empire. It does not pause out of respect for a drought or hush itself politely during a war fought somewhere on the plains below, a war the mountain would not have noticed except perhaps as smoke thinning on a distant horizon. The music inside the stone does not consult history. It has no calendar to mark, no anniversary to observe, no memory that requires tending. It simply continues, the way a river continues, the way breathing continues beneath sleep, without anyone standing guard over it. There is something in this that resembles rest more than performance. A performance is aimed at someone, it waits for an audience, times itself to their patience, ends when their attention would naturally end. But something that continues across centuries without regard for who is near it is closer to a natural process than to a show. It is closer to weather, closer to the tide, closer to the quiet churn of blood moving through a sleeping body, entirely unconcerned with whether the sleeper is dreaming of it or not. Think of how many travelers must have passed near that slope of Mount Taihua across all the years the old record does not measure. Some would have been merchants moving grain toward a market they were anxious to reach before dark. Some would have been soldiers tired, their armor heavier than it had been that morning. Some would have been monks, walking without any particular destination at all. Only a direction, only the next valley, and the one after that. A few perhaps were poets, the kind who stop on slopes for no reason except that the light had changed and seemed worth pausing for. Every one of them, if they came close enough and the wind was quiet enough, might have heard it. Strings, a flute somewhere beneath the stone. And every one of them would have walked on eventually, carrying the sound with them for a mile or two before the trail bent, and the memory of it thinned into something less certain, something they might later doubt they had heard at all. None of that mattered to the chamber. The music did not shape itself to please the merchant in a hurry, or slow itself for the tired soldier, or perform something more delicate for the poet who might have appreciated delicacy the most. It offered the same tone to all of them, because it was not offering anything to anyone. It was simply doing what it does, the way stone is simply doing what stone does, holding its shape against the weather, indifferent to who leans a hand against it. You do not have to hold your shape against anything tonight. There is no traveler expected on your slope, no audience waiting to see what your evening becomes. You can let your weight settle fully into the place where you are lying, without needing to arrange yourself for anyone's benefit, without needing your breath to sound a particular way for a listener who was never coming. The centuries pass over the mountain the way this hour is passing over you now, quietly, without asking to be noticed, without needing to be remembered exactly right in the morning. There is a kind of permission inside this image that is easy to miss on a first pass through the story. If the music does not need a listener to keep sounding, then perhaps rest does not need a witness either. Perhaps stillness is allowed to simply happen, the way stone allows silence to happen inside it, without anyone standing at the doorway confirming that the silence is being done correctly. The old record never mentions the music growing tired. It never mentions the flute running short of breath, though flutes in the hands of the living always eventually run short of breath. It never mentions the strings going slack the way real strings do, stretched too long across a real instrument in a real room, where damp air and shifting temperature slowly work their patient decay into every material thing. Inside that chamber, the sound seems to exist outside the ordinary wearing down of things. Wood decays, silk frays, bronze grows a green skin of age across its surface, and eventually corrodes through. But the sound itself, the tone once it has left whatever made it, does not seem in this account to be subject to any of that slow failing. Maybe that is simply the forgiving nature of an old story, which does not trouble itself with the mechanics of how a string might survive 1,000 years inside cold stone. Maybe the chamber renews itself in ways the record never thought worth explaining, the instrument replaced by hands never seen, the music picked back up by whoever or whatever came after whoever or whatever came before. Or maybe the truer reading is simpler than either of those, that this was never a story about an instrument at all, not really, but about the fact of sound continuing, wearing whatever shape of string or breath it needed to wear in order to keep going, the specific materials mattering less than the plane continuing itself. Sound outlasting the body that made it is not, in truth, so strange a thing. A voice speaks a word, and the word travels on through a room long after the mouth that shaped it has closed. A bell rings, and the ringing continues to move through the air for a stretch of time after the hand that struck it has already returned to stillness at its side. What is playing, in some sense, is never only the present instant. It is always something that has already begun before you noticed it, and will likely continue after you stop noticing it. The stone chamber only stretches that ordinary truth out across a very long, very patient span of time. It shows what an echo would look like if an echo did not know how to stop. The last traveler who stood on that slope and listened may have been listening a very long time ago now. Longer than can easily be counted, longer certainly than any single lifetime could hold. And still, if the account is to be trusted at all, the music has not needed that traveler's return in order to keep sounding since. It does not wait by the mouth of the chamber checking the trail for the next pair of footsteps. It does not slow itself in hope or quicken with anticipation. It has, as far as anyone can tell, simply gone on being what it is. String and breath, somewhere behind stone, offered to no one, withheld from no one, indifferent in the softest possible way to the whole passing parade of centuries moving past its mountain. You can let that indifference become something gentle, rather than something cold. It does not need you to keep it company tonight, which means in turn that you do not need to keep any kind of watch over it, or over yourself, in order for either of you to continue exactly as you are. The mountain stands. The stone holds its shape around the small dark room, and somewhere inside it, unwitnessed for who knows how long now, the sound simply carries on, not waiting for the next traveler, not remembering the last one, simply playing, the way a mountain simply stands, the way a body at rest simply, quietly, without needing permission from anyone at all, keeps breathing through the night, and somewhere in that same breathing, the separate rooms of this whole account begin to lose their edges. Mount Taihua was never really separate from the chamber inside it. The chamber was never really separate from the music inside it, and the music was never really separate from the silence that surrounded it on every side, the way water surrounds a single note struck far beneath its surface. You have walked through this mountain now from several directions: a slope, the stone, the sound, the not knowing, the going on without you. Each direction felt like its own room, but rooms, seen from far enough away, are only walls someone once agreed to draw around a single continuous space. Take the walls down now, just for a moment. What is left is one fact, plain and whole. Somewhere, stone holds sound. That is the entire entry. Mountain, chamber, strings, flutes, the traveler who heard them once and could not find the door. All of it folds back into that one sentence, small enough to hold in an open hand. Somewhere, stone holds sound. The zither beneath the water belongs inside that same sentence, without needing a sentence of its own. It was never truly a separate account, only the same fact wearing a different landscape. The note that lives in rock, now living in water. The hidden room now made of depth instead of stone. A hand you cannot see moves across strings you cannot see, in a place where light itself gives up before it reaches the bottom. That is not a different mystery. That is the same mystery, remembering it can wear more than one shape. You can sense how easily these two images lean toward each other, like two lamps left burning in windows on opposite sides of a dark valley, each one certain it is alone, each one answered by the other without either ever knowing it. The mountain does not know about the river. The river does not know about the mountain. And yet the same unwitnessed note moves through both of them, patient, unhurried, entirely unconcerned with being noticed by the two secrets it lives inside. Picture, if only loosely, the whole shape of it from very far above, the way it might look from the height a bird reaches before it stops climbing and simply glides. Down there a mountain rises pale and folded, tired peaks softened by mist the way an old face is softened by evening light. Somewhere along its side, so small it could be a shadow cast by nothing at all, a hollow of stone keeps its narrow dark, and within that dark a thread of sound moves that no one on the whole vast slope can hear. Farther on, a river bends through lowland fields, dark and slow, and reflecting nothing but sky. Beneath its surface and water thick enough to swallow light, after only a few feet, a different thread of sound moves, shaped by different hands, in a different key, but carrying the same patience, the same total lack of need for anyone to notice it is there. From that height, the mountain and the river are not far apart at all. They are notes in the same low chord, struck at different points on the same dark instrument that is the land itself. And if you let your attention drift the way it wants to drift right now, soft and slow and unhurried, you can feel how little distance separates any of the rooms in this story. Stone room, water room, the room you are resting in tonight, all of them holding something quiet inside their walls, all of them content to keep holding it whether anyone comes near or not. You do not have to choose between the mountain and the river. You do not have to decide which secret is truer, which sound is realer, which unseen hand deserves to be believed in more. They were never asking you to choose. They are two windows into the same single room, and the room does not care which window you happen to be looking through when sleep finally reaches you. This is worth resting in for a moment, without hurrying toward any conclusion. There is a stone chamber holding music no one hears. There is a river holding music no one hears. There is very possibly A whole world quietly doing this everywhere at once, in caves you will never enter, in depths you will never reach, in the hollow spaces behind waterfalls, and beneath old floorboards and inside the walls of houses long since fallen. Sound continuing in the dark, uncounted, uncatalogued, entirely unconcerned with whether it is ever added to anyone's record. You do not need to imagine every one of those rooms. You do not need to hold the whole hidden world in your mind at once. It is enough to know, in the loose and drifting way that a body knows things just before sleep, that the pattern exists, that somewhere, sound is always being held by something dark and quiet, the way your own breath is being held right now by something dark and quiet, without you needing to watch it happen. Notice, if you can do this without any real effort, how your own breathing has settled into something like that same pattern, slow, private, requiring no audience, needing no one standing nearby to confirm that it continues. Your chest rises, it falls, it does not pause to check whether anyone noticed. In this way, for these few minutes, you are not so different from the chamber on the mountain or the room beneath the river. You are simply a quiet space where something keeps sounding on its own, because that is what it does. The traveler who once stood outside the stone chamber and heard the strings inside it is long gone now, dust returned to dust, name forgotten by whatever scribe once wrote it down. But the entry survived. The fact survived. Somewhere stone holds sound. This is the one thing that outlasted the traveler, the scribe, the mountain path they walked, perhaps even the particular stones of the chamber itself, worn slowly by centuries of rain into some other shape entirely. Facts like this do not need their witnesses to keep existing. They are built to continue past the very people who first noticed them. In that sense, this fact is a kind of mountain itself, patient, indifferent, standing long after every traveler who ever passed beneath it has gone quietly back into the earth. You are one traveler among all of those, walking this account for one evening before you too move on into whatever waits after listening. And that is exactly as it should be. The chamber does not need you to remain awake to keep it company. The river does not need you to stay alert to keep its strings in tune. You are only ever passing by, the way every traveler in every version of this story was only ever passing by, pausing, hearing something faint and unexplained, and continuing on towards sleep, while the sound stayed behind, unbothered, unchanged. Let the mountain and the river settle now into stillness, the way two separate lamps might slowly dim, until neither light is really distinguishable from the dark around it. There is only one dark now, holding both of them. There is only one sound, wearing two shapes. There is only one fact, however many mountains or rivers it happens to be resting inside tonight. Somewhere stone holds sound, somewhere water holds sound, and underneath both of those small true sentences is a simpler one still. That sound needs nothing from you in order to continue existing, and neither, for these last few minutes before sleep, do you. The music does not know that the mountain and the river have become one thing in this telling. It does not need to know. It only needs to keep sounding the way it always has, in whichever room happens to be holding it at any given moment, stone or water, night or day, heard or unheard, remembered or entirely forgotten. And so it does, somewhere right now, very quietly, in a small dark room made of old stone, on the side of a mountain that has stopped counting its own years. Something made of strings and something made of breath are moving together in the dark, exactly as they have for longer than anyone can say. No one is there. It plays anyway. A stone room, small, dark, cool the way stone is always cool, even when the world outside is warm, somewhere on the side of a mountain that stopped counting its own years long before anyone thought to ask it. Strings, low and slow. Flutes, breathing out something that sounds almost like a held note finally let go. No one is there to hear it. That has always been true. It was true before you learned of the chamber tonight, and it will be true after you have forgotten this sentence, this voice, this room you are lying in right now. The music does not pause to notice the difference. You can feel your own breath moving, slow, without you asking it to. The blanket holds a small warmth against your skin. Somewhere behind your closed eyes, there is only softness now. No shapes, no light, just the dark, doing what dark does, asking nothing of you. This is not so far from the mountain. The mountain, too, asks nothing. It has never asked anything of the travelers who came near it. Not attention, not belief, not even memory. It let them pass, the way it lets the seasons pass, the way it will let this night pass, and the next, and every night after that without keeping count. Inside that mountain, a small hollow of stone continues to hold its sound the way it always has. You do not need to be near it for that to be true. You never did. That was the whole shape of it from the beginning. A room that plays whether or not anyone stands outside its door, a note that sounds whether or not it lands in an ear built to hear it. The zither beneath the water is the same. Down in some depths no one has measured, fingers move over strings, and the water carries the sound the way stone carries it, not outward toward a listener, but simply through itself, because that is what the space is for. It does not do this for you. It has never once done this for you, and there is something almost gentle in that, something that asks you to let go of the idea that things happen because someone is watching them happen. Most of the world continues like this, quietly, whether you're awake for it or not. The river keeps moving through the dark hours when no one walks its bank. The wind keeps finding its way through the pine trees at the hour when every house has gone still. And somewhere in a small stone room on an old mountain, something made of strings and something made of breath keep moving together, exactly as they have for longer than anyone can say. You are far from that mountain now. You may be lying somewhere it will never occur to you to name again before sleep finally takes you. A bed, a low light already gone dark, the weight of your own body finally allowed to rest without asking anything more of it. That distance does not matter. It never mattered, not really. The music was never waiting for your arrival, and it will not notice your leaving. It plays anyway. Let that be the last thought you carry down into sleep tonight. Not a story with an ending, not a mystery that needs solving, just a small stone room, somewhere, holding a sound that continues on its own, needing nothing from anyone, needing nothing from you. Your breath is slower now than when this began. The dark behind your eyes has gone soft and wide, the way it does just before sleep arrives, when thoughts stop needing to finish themselves and simply drift, half-formed, into stillness. There is no more to explain about the chamber. There was never very much to explain. A mountain, a room of stone, a sound inside it, arriving from nowhere, belonging to no one, asking nothing of the travelers who paused outside its door, and then eventually walked on. You may walk on now too. The room will still be there. The music will still be moving through the dark. String and breath, breath and string. The same slow phrase turning over on itself, the way it always has. No one will be listening. It will not mind. It never has. Somewhere, right now, very quietly, it plays anyway.